We in here. How are y'all doing? We are doing our thing. We are here for our afternoon session. I'm really excited to jump right back on into the YSL trial. Hopefully, you guys can see and hear me. Let me know what's in your cup this afternoon. I just realized I didn't bring a cup with me. If you watched with us earlier today, we were on the lead attorney side this morning. That was fantastic. So we did the morning session over there, and we're doing the afternoon session here. So good to see lead. I'm so happy that the truth is out. You guys know I've been working with Lead for 2.5 years, and I'm so proud of him for coming out and telling his story. It's not an easy story to tell. I've known for about 8 months, so it hasn't been easy to watch him go through this because we all care about him so much. And as a mentor to me, he's done a lot for me personally and also on here on the YouTube business side. Like you would not, this is how I learned how to do this. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. So I'm really excited about all that is in the future for him and for YouTube in itself. Without further delay, let us jump in back to the trial. They returned back from lunch at about 1:15. So we've got a ton of TiVo time. Let us jump on into the YSL trial. We have Detective Gaither on the stand today, who does not want to show her face due to some job concerns. Let's see how this is going to play out. So it looks like
See if the gang unit had
right
any
here.
kind of a, like, I think they called it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with APD gang unit, the
Good
five
question,
gang
Zach.
experts that the state,
Mm-hmm.
I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them or almost all of them,
Mm-hmm.
Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the five that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So
Right.
there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes
Right.
individually. So other
They
than what
did
is
these
connected
crimes.
with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donovan Thomas's murder, is those are the three most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay. So is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can
Okay.
speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay. If you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else beyond like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Mr. Matthews say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written anything they've got about
Any
how they go
writings
about
or the
things.
like.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will. I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 6th it's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not
And there
just.
may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier
Okay.
In this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria that they use.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We've literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is if gang.
Not
Those
Joe
types
Blow.
of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure. And if they have written it down,
opinion.
then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I think
And as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right. So anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I started the right place. So if the judge.
All right. Well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places.
Lord. Hold on. Look at us, chat. Shout out to Hannibal the Conqueror. We are 8 minutes in. We have a stream sponsor. Shout out to Hannibal with $100 super chat. He says Queen status enabled. Hannibal, thank you. Hannibal, also, I want to thank you on behalf of TLA. Last night I saw you supporting. Today. This has been incredibly hard, guys. But we have stuck with it. We have done what we needed to do. And you guys know, like, TLA is just such a great person. And to watch him go through this for such a long time has been hard. Even this month, while he took some time off to go through his procedures and things. Hannibal, you've been in my chat almost every day. Thank you. Thank you so much, Hannibal, for all of the support that you show me, the support that you show Lead. And if y'all could do me a huge favor, because we're 8 minutes in, we have a stream sponsor. If y'all could type Hannibal the Conqueror in the chat, even if it's HTC, Let's give him his flowers. The names must be named. Thank you so much, Hannibal, for starting us off 8 minutes in. Already got a stream sponsor. A little bit behind here. We've got our TiVo time accumulated. But Hannibal, thank you so much for all your support. You have no idea what it means. It's been a tough year, but when we see love like this, it means so much. Thank you again, Hannibal. I'm gonna go ahead and update the banner, but let's jump back on in, y'all.
So can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in? And I'll make sure to avert the cameras till she's in place, please.
And remember, Gaither doesn't want her face shown because of job issues. So that's why we have this camera angle. Sounds like she's back up on the stand.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. (2:57:08). But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffrey Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned?
Yes. Best evidence rule. Objection. On the recording.
Sustained.
Okay. All right. Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection, specifically about, may I approach?
Okay.
All right, she's approaching on something. And we're looking at the ceiling beams. The ceiling beams. And then the seal. All right, I'm skipping through this. Again, huge shout out to Hannibal for supporting the squad. Both channels. Strong brother. All right, Miss Love, how long were you up there? Where are they approaching on? Okay, here we go.
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes. Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
She has no shame cussing in court.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Yes.
Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Not Gaither. Fixing the questions for you, love.
Your Honor.
And real quick, shout out to King Jiggy with another super generous super chat here. King Jiggy with the 50 says we all need a supportive friend like you. Thank you, King Jiggy. Listen, it's like that. Some of y'all are my age. You remember the movie Toy Story? You got a friend in me. You got a friend in me. Seriously, I take my friendships very seriously. You know, one of my best friends came down to see me in Boston this weekend because your girl's birthday is coming up. It's on Saturday. You couldn't make it out this following weekend. So we went out and just hung out and we were friends, just doing friend things. But we talked about how sometimes it's so hard to find real friendships, people that you could trust because trust is earned. We realized we were almost friends for I've known him since I was 16. And, all these years later, what is it? 22 years? Maybe I'm doing the math wrong. 18, something like that. I'm showing my age. Oh my God. But he was here. And it was amazing. He was just like, hey, you know how I knew you were my friend a few years ago? And I know he's not going to mind. I was like, how did you know? He's like, when I had COVID and nobody cared and I was by myself, one day you were like, AV, did you just send me Uber Eats? I was like, yeah, I sent you lunch. And he's like, this is the sweetest thing ever. I'm like, I know, because I'm thoughtful. I'm great. I'm amazing. So King Jiggy, you're right. Let's go back in, guys. But I wanted to acknowledge this one real quick. I'm going to read the rest of the super chats during the next break. But let's go back in.
I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. If I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
Speaking of friendship, look at Ruth Slappy giving out 5 memberships. Dub Rightside with the 10. 15 memberships. Simone with notebooks. Say thank you if you received one. This Chatterhood is so friendly. Thank you guys for gifting those memberships.
Just one second.
Friendly reminder to hit the like button on your way in. Thank you guys for hitting the like button. Got our afternoon squad as Love is scrambling and scraping for some paperwork. And we're going to skip ahead. That's a long pause. How long is she looking for this? Here we go. Big hello to John. Hope he's having a good day. All right, Miss Love. After yesterday, you would think that the state would move a little bit quicker. Yes, get love, give love. I love that name. Say it again, Sid. "5 hours later." Always, Dub, always. No, D, she looking for something. A video. It looks like we're going back to interrogation footage of Little D and Detective Gaither talking. I wish we could object to silence. You know, it's dead air. And then the squeak interrupts it.
We're starting at 2:55.
What about Nar? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like?
No, it's just one nigga. He like move to him, like I don't go with it. They ain't gonna really talk to him. Move to him. Everybody know move to him don't go. And everybody know no don't go. It's just like they the old.
Go ahead. So it's like they know they valid, but
Yeah.
ain't nobody too much fuck with them.
Yeah, ain't nobody really gonna be able to move to him. Right. If he went to hang with Wood, right, ain't nobody gonna be able to know it because they know
What about doo-wop? Fit into this, cause
Yeah, what?
so him and Yak are close.
Yeah.
Do you know doo-wop?
No, I just know him like I don't know. I didn't know his name doo-wop. If you like that, so I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 2:56:40. As we advance to, I just did. Let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Moontoon, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did you,
know the
or what
answer.
did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Moontoon being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Moontunk, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius, and I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius
Okay.
at this time in this interview.
And when talking about doo-wop, do you know or remember what name doo-wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb,
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe O.G. Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it?
She might pop in, y'all. She needs a haircut.
Um,
Luna, that
Saying
is.
it was a brick house with a fence around it?
Yes.
All right.
Luna's gonna get groomed tomorrow, y'all. She's gonna come back skinny. She did these crimes, Jeff. I do a short haircut on her.
Accurate tell you whether or not he knew any relationship between O.G. Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister.
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
Another video coming up. Looks like Simone's bringing it up. Are we loading Simone?
I don't know that. Y'all don't know that? Everybody know?
I know a nickname.
What a nickname?
I'm sure. We'll find
That's like what else on the
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
a fence in the brick house.
Fence. Any cars in the front? Broke down cars?
Nah, they ain't got that spot no more. Somebody shot it up. They said it was looking.
And Is that when
That's at the corner little house. It looks like a studio or something.
No, I don't sit on corner.
You know what y'all talking about? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it.
It's like how that shit next to the park.
It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago.
Nah, that was boarding spot.
You know what y'all talking about, though, right?
That shit at the top of the hill on the corner.
Yeah, like right in the corner.
Yeah. Okay. That boarding spot.
describe it a little more? Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
Red brick, brown brick.
brown brick with a little brown brick.
What end of Oak Drive? Like, what is it closest to?
You know how you make right at McDonald's?
Mm-hmm.
You go all the way up to the red light.
Mm-hmm.
Make that right. It's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left.
Fourth or fifth house on the left.
Whatever. The candelator right here, they spot right here.
It's next door to the candlelight?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it?
Go down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there to that, cause you know what I mean? They like do a head show down there.
So y'all just went for the show?
Yeah. See, I told you, when they tell them to stay down there for a few days, we came back. Cause Monsoon was already up there. Monsoon ain't go. Monsoon ain't big, I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what?
Shit.
You even speak on?
So we was just on so far. I was on some mall here.
What, you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her he why did they kill Nuts? But then down they told him that Nuts said it's a goal. It really would be holding back stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Why though? I don't know, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
Uh-oh.
I'm pausing at 3.
Would he be holding back stuff? Dark chocolate. She didn't show this when he was on the stand. You're right.
When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
That's evidence, Your Honor. Also cumulative.
Well, sustained is to best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked who.
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
The stuttering, the scrambling, the scraping. It's a good point, Shay. That was kind of a messy testimony.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
Shout out to Fatima Farera. in Switzerland. Good to see you guys. All right, they're always doing these bench conferences that are untelevised. So we're going to skip ahead of that back here.
Back it up a little bit more.
Oh, we was just going so far. I was going some.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa, all of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I have the same objections. On the 403, this is going to take.
All right, so if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind. if
Mike's
you
people.
try to
That is the,
Get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said, but
thank you. That is,
make sure we don't do it with every.
Yeah,
We are not.
She's still up there.
overrule.
thank you.
Detective
what-
Gaither is on the stand, guys. Love ain't standing. Look at that.
Detective Dennis was asking what Thug was like.
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, he why did they kill Nut? But then, that might get they told him that Nut said,
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck.
No
Did
shame with Kurt.
you hear, or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview? I mean, he cared, but why did they kill? But he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said whoop, and it's a go.
That they were on go. Yes.
That what now?
That they were on go.
That
Yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, Woody really be holding back? And later on explain.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. He'll be, they said something about you. He told me, I said something about me. Rev him up. Huh? You mean to just rev somebody else to be down to do some shit? Yeah. It really be at him, but he'll try to push off on
It's like he said something about me and I bring her into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? I'm just trying to grasp what I'm saying. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously? They say Woody had shot up Gucci Studio on Metropolitan. Metropolitan where? In studio with Thug Studio at. Well, they ain't really Thug Studio, but where you be at? The
Studio is.
I don't know what studio it is. I think it's a Facting Studio. I don't know his name. Try to be over there though. I was out about 2 times. So supposedly Rudy shot up Lucci Studio.
Right.
Yeah.
Me
Which
too.
side door got a studio? Them folks doing stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not. I mean, but do you know what is it on the same side as the vault? That's the vault. What's the vault? The vault is the studio with Thug. Nah, it's on this side. Like what TIG is? TIG, that's studio. Oh, okay, well, you got say TIG. We know a lot. So
So they shot up CIT studio.
Yeah, Rich Homie was out there.
Right.
And then when they shot it kill, when they first shot it kill, when I told you him and Mook,
Right.
that was I beat like that one really escalate.
Mm-hmm.
That one just guns up for both sides.
So who shot Kel?
Who shot him? Tay.
Trevante?
No.
And who else?
That's all I know. Tay said him and his little partner seen him. It was in February or something. They found him. I think they found him from the West End. He was ugly girl or something.
Mm-hmm.
Who was with you, Monte?
His partner, he didn't tell his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce?
Hot
So
sauce?
the fight in Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped on?
Yeah, they had him before like that.
That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
Canuck got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 5 6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel? So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club.
Mm-hmm.
And then, me and Thug stayed in the club. All went outside. So, what's it called? But D and Kel
What's it called?
What?
You said they went outside with what's it called?
Get done.
Uh-huh.
You know how they just getting done on Thug walking out there and yeah, cause he the money too.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then that one, what's it called?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped. I just didn't say that.
I'm sorry.
They jumped on Bloody J. Shannon Swamp on. They pulled out. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and beat Thug and they.
Did I hear hot dog? Did y'all hear that? Did you hear?
I'm gonna call it Drake Thug and Corvette by itself. Then the wood out in line up on the side of the street by the church.
Mm-hmm.
Went on Bloody J on the ride past. Like right past, they started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this like Kel, they shot at Kel, all them, they been at it.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Gotcha. So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He got scared, tripping.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you be scared?
But if somebody shoot towards my mom, that's when I'm going to jail.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got him out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at my mom, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck up.
Okay, little D.
My mom's home, they always do. Mommy's home.
What about grandma?
Rude.
I have my grandma.
Exactly. So one of the point I'm making is that.
Stopping at 3:06:09.
He just said F his sister. Little 16-year-old. My word.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Aw, John Amos passed away today. He's from Good Times, y'all. I remember the show Good Times. Oh, he was Kuta Kente in The Roots.
Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house. Wouldn't you be scared?
Facts.
Who doesn't line up on side of the street by church? When no blood, by itself. Then the who doesn't line up on side of the street by church?
Okay.
Straight up and they big drink.
Your Honor, may I ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
You can try, sure.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and If Gang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear here today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say?
Objecting, Your Honor. I mean, this is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
The court didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor.
listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it. She says, yes, I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this consistently.
I don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking a question. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative or what? What is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
rehash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they are not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. That I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
It's not really whether Miss Sergeant
Gaither.
Gaither can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna probably get Drake Thug and Corvette by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette.
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
Then the wood out in line up on the side of the street by the church. When on bloody day on the ride back, when he rode back, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
Continue.
It started that night, basically.
The shooting, all this, like, kill, they try to kill, all of them, they didn't have it.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Okay.
Yeah. It didn't like just happen. It was stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06:32.
All right, lady. Lady Love, come on.
He tried to kill me, he didn't do it. So they did kill, kept pushing it up for that Wood did, so he wanted Wood.
That's his right.
Yeah, Wood didn't kill, just alike. Both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. Say like, I don't like you. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other.
Right.
Then somebody on my side get shot, but you didn't do it.
I didn't think that it was them just to get more people against.
Yeah. Right.
Well, what's Montauk and Kale's beef?
Who Montauk?
Antonio. Who shot?
All right. Did you understand, Mr. Zachary, at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that.
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say Trivia?
Trivia, yes.
During
Not
the
in
course
trivia.
of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time.
I hope Intrivia is okay. Did y'all see that fight clip after she testified? It's like, poor thing. So we're getting more and more deeper into Little D's snitching. I'm thinking about the timeline too to see how much longer she's going to be. What date was Trivia's shooting?
And I'm going to go
I think it
to
was April.
309.
What kind of court you told me, Montauk guy?
Nah, he ain't had that in politics. What kind of car he drive? He had a running truck. When was this incident? Nah, Moontoon had that car. Who car is that? I don't know who car that is.
Who got a gray Impala?
Moontoon Jay got that problem when he came back out too.
Who got a gray Impala?
I don't know. His girl on driving around with the Great Mountain? Hey, girl. Nah, his girl Boulevard. His girl got a gun. She used to have a man who used to drive.
Travia's house got shut up on January 28th of 2015. So that's where we are in the timeline.
No, she didn't. Not that no more. Not anymore. This was like recent. Like he had a run on Malibu. It was a runner. Yeah, a Malibu, but not like when did he have a runner? Shoot, 4 went on tour. And when did y'all go? I don't know when did y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Back in April. Yeah.
So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
We investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
Maybe
one occurred in
February.
January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
Since she's taking a while, guys, let's do something different. I'm going to go ahead and share the timeline so we could see what they're talking about and follow along. Hill Street, this is Lucci's mother's house. This is when she was shot. This is the Hill Street that Detective Gaither is talking about. This is January 26th of 2015. And if you scroll down, you had Trevante Turner shot, and this was the next day. And then the day after on the 28th, this is Travia's house. She was not home, but this is that triangle between Shell Kel and Moontoon, and her house was shot up. about 2 days later. Apparently, Kelvin Watts on the right-hand side, he was inside of the apartment at the day of the shooting. So let's see where Love goes with this, but she's going through this timeline. I like to have it nearby just in case we need to reference it, but let's go back in.
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 3:09:06.
Thug the nephew.
The folks in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, cause that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with.
No, that's too long.
So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day?
We was at Boot Grandma house, big Boot Grandma house.
Mm-hmm.
And we was like, hey, fucking shit, that right.
Okay.
Then when they came back, they ain't even tell her what they did.
What kind of car were they in? They were in what?
It was in that white Charger.
Woody Chargers? Okay.
And then the boy, Mushu, who he be with Lucci, Mushu.
Yeah.
He called Boo. Like, when Wooden got back, he called Boo. Like, Boo, they got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house, and mama got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me I just did that. Cause they come back, they ain't say that.
Mm-hmm.
Don't tell me I did that thing. That when Woody got scared again. Cause Mushu, I got 10,000 and who else did that?
Who had the monotone gun?
Woody.
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it?
No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Woody, like I told you, Woody got scared when they said he got 10,000.
Mm-hmm.
Felt like, man, we just shot up Lucci mama house.
So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just...
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, let them boys get killed. I don't know what made them do that.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He gave me $20 and stuff, so you know I could pull up on, use some gas money, phone bills, and stuff like that.
So he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was fine, but he, like, every time I see him, so I tell him, I ain't no gas in the car, so I give him 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like,
yeah,
the little guy.
I ain't no harm.
Basically. So,
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right. Hey, so I know you guys are asking about Travia's fight link, and Dub Right side, thank you. I don't want y'all to post it because you know YouTube is all weird. If you want to know where to find it, go to Seti Nash's Twitter page, and you can find it there. The thing is, YouTube does not condone violence or things like that. Like when the Diddy video came out, and even though like all of us were in support of Cassie, like they took that video down. So I don't want us to mention it in the chat, but we can at least tell you where you can find it. So go to Seti Nash on Twitter. He has it posted there. I believe the date is September 30th. And yeah, I just feel bad that she ended up getting into a fight after that happened, after she testified. But that went down with Travia. So that's where y'all can find it. Why the screen go black? Oh no, the screen is black.
He was close with Nut. They just...
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, let them boys get killed. I don't know what made them do that.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He gave me $20 and stuff, so you know I could pull up on, use some gas money, phone bills, and stuff like that.
so he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city. That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was fine, but he, like every time I see them, so I feel like ain't no gas in the car, so I give 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little, like,
Yeah.
you little guy.
I ain't no harm.
Basically. So,
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach with Mr. Sharp.
All right. So there was a black screen for a reason. I thought something was wrong with my screen. Let's skip ahead. I wonder why the screen is black. Something happened with Law and Crime. I thought that was a mistake. She said, "Can I approach?" I wonder if they maybe put the lid on top of the or the camera, like the camera lens cover. That was strange.
Hey, Your Honor, I can
Yeah.
play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued
Yeah.
that certain things would come out to protect
Yeah.
the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible, what does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just
All
to
right.
advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we probably listened to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had 8K. Came for another 223. It was 223 and an 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was posted on them.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in
That
court,
very last part again.
Okay.
answer this question. So when we were in court,
No, before
and you
that.
found this
Hang
question.
on, stop it. Okay.
Came for another 223. It was 223 and an 8K. I know they had that big 8K. That was posted on them.
The 8K was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
So he had the 8K.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Your Honor,
and you found out
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not.
Yeah, let's
I know
get the
it might be
exact
hard to get
words.
to that, but
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court and you found out that gun,
I'm going to 3:11. Is one good?
yeah, that they came to.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know gun is up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but anyway, I mean, that's in.
Sorry, love.
I don't disagree that you're
Oh,
listened to this
sorry,
and
Max.
reported back and said it was in.
Yeah.
I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was
Yeah.
ruled upon.
So why were we encroaching?
Yeah.
Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To
to,
make sure what the ruling was?
yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now,
So,
Is the jury by chance ready?
Wow, they've been out this whole time?
Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
Brief little bathroom break, but we have TiVo time. So we're skipping through all the way up here. They went on a long bathroom break and they got back here. This now puts us at current live time, y'all.
what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK. And another 223. The 223 and the AK. I know they had that big AK. That was posted on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know gun is up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Some told me, man, someone like me start hanging with them and he gonna tell them for who gun it was. I was gonna tell, but I didn't. So, where they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from? I already had guns. You think somebody already got guns? I mean, I know folks have guns. They really bringing them out. The night just like you, right? We was at Thor's house. Thor's already gone. We see Kale done pull up in the driveway. His house, his apartment. Yeah, come on ticket. We see. I was not one. I like that Kale. I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that. Oh, they parked up. They go park this some car. I got some car. They go park this some car with a few minutes and pull back out. And then when we went out of town, well, I just some car at Thor's house. She came and got my dad dropped off. Cause I ain't getting that car. They just bought it too. Right. I don't know if they still around or not. Right. So that's what I said. When y'all went out of town, yeah, they shot at Kale shot at something at Crystal. That was with your sister, right? With my sister. Wasn't that?
It was
Trion.
Yeah, Trivia and some at cousin, and they met at the Christmas and Kill and Herbie had work.
They take Kale out in the car. That way he pushing it. But you wasn't in the car. Right, but you wasn't in the car. You was in Miami. Right, you was gone. So now you got these too for somebody else's piece because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point. That night when you guys talk, that's the first time like they ever let you ride. Like when they go through something.
So I was like, now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up or something. Oh boy. What you remember what day you got arrested for that gun? Like May 7th. May 7th. Like,
Where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one when I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco. Yes. I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had left it. I had owed one of Woody friends money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that, so I paid him. So I see Doug this money from him. So. He like, who is this? Because we need that gun. Who? You're the gun you bought. No. You had, I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
Nah, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole, right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
God owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
Nah, I just like hold guns so I get money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
Oh my God, y'all are like ChatGPT. Apparently, 120 additional SA lawsuits are going to be filed against Sean P. Diddy Combs. God damn. Let's go back in.
He thought like, ain't coming around. Because he like, if he got too much going on, he going down for some bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around. And then that when I had bought Arnold. A few days later. Right. The 223. And who did you buy that for? I know it wasn't for you. I bought it for Woody. How much did he pay for it? $1,000.
So you bought it directly for him?
He just like, he said, what, he gonna leave me in the house with his baby kid.
What's the investigative thought?
There's someone that's handling the house. Yeah, pop on, man. Yeah. What's up? Cool, come on. Give me some long gloves, man.
What are you doing?
Yeah. What do you feel about the thing?
I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and I'm going to 3:16:21.
And this Diddy article is crazy. Yes, it says that the ages of the people with these lawsuits, it's a group of 100 people. It's almost like a class action. It is ranging from the age of 9 to 38, both men and women. These law firms were looking for other victims, and they got 3,000 responses. So that's interesting. They narrowed that number down to 100 cases that they found credible. And they just, it looks like this is the known secret in the industry when it comes to Diddy. And it's happening in LA, New York, and Miami. So he was just running amok for years. And a majority of the folks say that he was using his wealth, influence, and power to traffic them and coerce them into SA acts. He's also been accused of filming the alleged assaults and using the tapes to silence the victims. Crazy, guys. Sorry for that brief interruption, but wow. I mean, I saw one of you guys type it in the chat, so I went to go look. It is fact-checked and comes from a very credible source.
Yeah, think about it. Wayne hit money. Birdman ain't gonna.
It is a Washington Post article. I'll drop it if y'all want to check it out. That news has come out in the last 5 minutes.
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that.
Wait, I got one more question. Do you think that
And I'm stopping at
3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections.
Right, Tanya? Like, why was somebody that was 9 years old even around this man? Sick.
Starting up at 3.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered it to be played.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants, tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
Lord.
I'm referring to it.
Mike, Max, Mike.
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
Given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell.
So
I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So,
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
and I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence?
Yeah, we've got some afternoon snappy behavior. Uh-oh, the judge is tapping that pen. You know what that means. It's time to wrap it up.
I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway.
It was great. So y'all know yesterday, Miss Whitaker, Judge Whitaker, was so frustrated with Miss Love, she actually threw her pen and needed to leave and really considered a mistrial. We almost thought she was going to do it. We thought she got very, very close, but not close enough, it seems. Let us see if we have any TiVo time. I believe we're current. But let's see. We could skip through this. She said it was just for a second. Yeah, we're all out of TiVo time, y'all. It is 3:18 p.m. so far. They're on a sidebar. I'll probably get another break. But yeah, if you haven't seen that, we were watching it yesterday, and Miss Love in the Canary, yellow in my chain with the V cuts. She was wearing yellow, and it was very bright. And the judge got frustrated with her because of the lack of preparation, and she finally called her out on it. I mean, she's been calling her out on it, but this time it's just like, Miss Love, what do you want? And you guys see the same habits that happen. When she wants to explain something, we go down a giant rabbit hole. It's not even a rabbit hole, it's like a pit of despair. It is a giant pit that is leading to the bowels of hell. And it's just like, Miss Love, we don't need to go down there. We could take this nice, safe route this way. And, we can go down arguments or logical paths that make sense. With her, you ask her a question. Hey, what color is the sky? Well, there's a certain type of hue, right? We don't call it blue. We don't call it blue. The reason why we don't call it blue and the reason why we want to prove that it is called this color is because of X, Y, and Z and this formula and that formula. It's like, lady, if you don't answer the damn question, the judge has gotten fought, like she's fed up with it.
I'm gonna have to excuse y'all again.
Uh-oh.
I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere very.
Uh-oh.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah.
The chair is on punishment.
And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and
Yes, Your Honor.
sort it out.
And to be clear, Your Honor, let me also put on the record, the part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that
We've got a max
everyone on the other
stance.
side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at,
Got a
it
max
says,
stance.
answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is and figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
Look at Max's face. He's funny.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3:16:20. All right, to 3:16:20. All right, so 3:16:20, I'm going to play.
Thanks for the update, Mindy.
You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman ain't going to jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On murder against nothing? I told they just trying to give him names.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions?
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122, going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
Correct.
and then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name.
That's out.
That's
The
out.
law is in and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question, right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right.
So, no. So am I clear that there's a 1 second part that's out? Because
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not, a second, it's going to take less than a second to say that, to stop it.
Doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know.
Just
but what I'm saying,
listen.
Your Honor, is I do not believe
Obey.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine if you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
Just accept it.
Yep. Because we had 316:34 to 316:41 out.
And that's what was agreed to.
And that was what they agreed to.
Timestamps are, but I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in, and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gaither's question again.
So the nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence
Yes.
is out. And then
Correct.
it picks up after
Yeah.
5-6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it's in the space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But I'll, Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just.
Oh my
practice.
God.
That works.
316.
I mean, why is that so hard? If it's a second of audio, you could hit the mute button. You could just skip like me. Skip like your girl AV. It's easy. And she's like, I guess the program she's using is called evidence review. They suggested, one of the defense attorneys over there had suggested, Attorney Matthews is just like, hey, just hit the space bar button. Like, she's like, evidence review don't work like that. It's like, all right, be nice. Be nice, be nice. Be nice, Miss Love. I mean, yeah, I think about that often. I'm like, what's her husband like? Is he okay with being second chair? Is that a thing? Like, think about everyday things that we all do. Hey, who has the ketchup? She would question him like, so the ketchup's missing. And the ingredients in the ketchup include, and what color is the ketchup? It's red, right? This was gluten-free ketchup. Somebody had to move the ketchup because it was just here. Do you have the ketchup? Instead of just saying, who has the damn ketchup? It would include all of these extra ingredients of word salada. Word salada. So we're waiting for her to get it together so she can play the remainder of the videos. 3:26 Eastern Standard Time. We've got about an hour, maybe 2 hours of court left. Yesterday they finished at 5. It's likely that they'll finish around that time today. So maybe an hour and a half to 2 hours left. So you like my my ketchup analogy, Trenton? Young Black economist says, Love put mayo and ketchup in her salad. Everything's in the salad. Everything is in that word salad. All of it. All of the ingredients. You got your protein, you got your greens, beans, potatoes, tomatoes, lambs, hogs, dogs, chicken. You name it. All of it.
Fred, that's not the critical part because that doesn't say anything. Although I don't know why we can't just.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question.
Thank you, Brian.
Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that the court would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
He's just trying to.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. I don't. So I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute. Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered. So I'm going to do as the court directed.
Yeah, you cannot make this shit up. Like, why is she so difficult?
Okay, so are you ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
What in the world?
Gonna caution you though that if more than, like if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not gonna be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply with the court's instructions.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the jury too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
They can play it themselves. Did you hear that exhale? Their dynamic is so bad. Even a long crime dude is zooming in because he's like, you are wilding out, lady. Brian over here trying to help and she's being rude. Like, they're just trying to speed along the trial. Move it along. Interesting. You saw that, Ron? I'm going to make every effort to do what the court instructs me to do. He was just trying to help. Waiting for the jury to walk back in, guys, along with Detective Gaither to complete, hopefully, this direct examination today. Hopefully. Hi, Whitney. She says love is infuriating. She's deliberately difficult. I know. It's like, why? Jennifer, yes, she is upset. She's not getting her way. Good point, Taz. A little bit of a tone in that response. Mike, get your girl. He says Faye is savage. Kelly, it is a mystery. The case of the missing teacher.
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna. I'm starting at 3/16/27.
Rico might actually have been the ketchup thief.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Thug ordered that? On murder against nothing? I told him that.
I'm stopping. I stopped at 3/16/41, and I'm going to pick.
She froze mid-sentence.
And I'm starting back up at 3:16:43.
I know. Let me stop, Lisa. The footage of Little D and 3 detectives.
It's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so the higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3:17:00. And resuming at 3:17:04.
He wasn't even right there when they started YSL.
Who started it?
My brother and Slug. Tay Slug. Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did, because they were around through. I'm telling you who started it. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started. All of them started. And then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he told Thug what's going on. And Thug just ran with it.
so now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right?
No.
Or he was rapping with Block and all that.
I didn't even know what he was Rock Crew.
Oh, Rock Crew. Rock Crew, y'all confuse me.
Rock Crew and YSL the same thing.
Right.
But I told you, when everybody had fell out with Boo, I ain't saying like that, but they had fell out with Boo, because they say Boo snitching on Mo. And then that's when they started YSL.
Just to kind of disassociate themselves.
Oh my God.
But then I started back messing with Boo. And then,
Shout out to Vintage CB. Thank you so much. He is gifted 10 AV memberships. Thank you so much, Vintage CB. If you received one of those memberships, please say thank you to him. He's actually one of my clients. We've done a consultation before. So thank you so much. It's good to see you, and I'm happy to see you out here on YouTube doing your thing as well. If you received a special membership from him, please say thank you. Let's go back in.
So YSL is a game, but it's also a club, correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18.
Picking up at let me see. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe, I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3/19/10.
The jury
And picking
is
back
in the
up at
room.
3/19/11.
I'm sure there's some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who was doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you see.
Do what?
Okay. You mind signing this picture? Tell me that's do what?
How I spell the name? Y'all spell do what for me.
Well.
D-U-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P.
He's writing.
How long you been knowing him?
I ain't knowing that long.
Okay. You sign your name. Sign your name anywhere in there.
Sign my name? I thought you wanted to know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's doo-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What is that?
August 5th, 8/5/2015.
8/5/2015.
Doo-wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Floor test.
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, you can see it. Right in the arm. How long you been on the arm?
So about 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I know his dad.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
he knew his dad.
Who knows Quindarius' dad?
Sign my name right here too?
Yeah, same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
So it's interesting. So this is little D. He is in the jailhouse blue. So he's wearing a blue uniform, talking to three detectives. The one on the stand right now is Detective Gaither, who is on the bottom of the screen. Now, what is little D doing? You could see 3 headshots in front of him identifying people who have done some crimes. Definitely the one that is on the left looks like moved to upside down. Nard, I believe, is the one he's signing right now. And Doo-wop might be the one that's on the right-hand side. But this is interesting because little D last week said that he couldn't read and write. I mean, they were helping him spell a few things, but let's go back in because this is interesting.
Yeah, I think he had 2 years or something.
What about Doo-wop? You heard anything about him lately?
No.
You know if he out?
They say he locked up.
Today's date again, May 25, 2015. Okay, who's that? Yeah. Anywhere up in here, like yak or whatever. Your why you came?
Probably a little darker.
Mom, let's be serious. Oh, it's killing me.
That's the fit. I think it's that.
And yeah, it's going to be 8/5/2015. Who's that? Shannon. How long you known Shannon?
Almost a year now.
About a year. You put in this t-shirt.
You got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Bad, I think.
Shannon Bernard.
Wow. So you know
That last name.
Max is a
So it's
cross.
with SB or
Yeah, whatever you know
something.
Shannon. Or whatever you know Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah. Can find your name if you want.
Nard is Demise McMullen, who's a severed defendant. That's why we don't hear about him a lot. But he did a lot of crimes. He might have the most counts in the indictment. If not, he's up there with the heaviest.
Tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon, yeah.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right there, they caught me. They run away, they run away with me, Bush. Yeah, girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, she know.
Bush, you know?
Yeah, she know. And, then they seen, look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like, calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Okay. What else?
And then they killed me.
And did they say who was firing what gun?
Now, I know, Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5. Okay.
And I know some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco.
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know. You don't know.
Where did you see it?
Why I seen Draco at, another had, brought to the house made, but really the day before.
The day before?
Yeah. Before the murder or?
The day before the murder.
Before the murder? No, I had it.
But I think no was driving.
No, I was driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said it was an Infinity?
Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35.
Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had, Thug manager had Randy.
Thug manager?
Had Randy.
You know his manager's name?
Amina.
Amina. You know her last name?
No.
You know where she rented it from?
No.
So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Village Park.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of them?
More likely they got rid of them. I didn't really drop one off at Village Park. He pulled it, got rid of them.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That's the first time they usually keep them.
Yeah.
Okay. So, did anybody give word to shooting up, or this was just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause it used to be one and more to know what I'm saying. They just wanted the name. So
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit? Or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folks that ran with him, then he pumped back up.
Moody.
Yeah, but see, they might really know Shannon like that. And he just, right, like, those don't really mess with him. He was around with water from him.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
He fell started messing with Shannon.
So he puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So, like, Woody took Slug spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that
walk
and Nar was in the car also, and Nar was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
No. That's it. No, that's it. You know what they told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
They thought out. Well, Shannon told me they thought out.
Shannon.
Nard told me they thought out too, but thought was already gone.
Okay. His house was condo or condo? Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So,
What boots she say? Where she stayed?
what she stayed? I don't know where she stayed at. I didn't know her.
Well, just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
What that is?
That's the condo.
That's a condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shannon.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all of them went to the mom that one. So that one was closed, so that was the day before.
Okay. All right. And what else do you know? What else do you know?
About what?
About the murder?
I told you I was here coming.
And that's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to Thug House and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, we'll do what we
Okay.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
So, or how did you link up with them after the murder?
Cause I told you, we called, Moon called me out that day like somebody killed Nut. He was scared and we were together house on much possible. Who got shot at? We met him up there. And then Woody had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we go me and Moon followed me because I ain't have no license to Thug House.
So y'all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug House.
And me and Moon and we met Woody had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug. He had been out the whole day.
Out of these four, who you the closest with? Shannon? Why is that?
Cause like, told you, he always, like, they treat him like little brother and stuff.
But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age?
I'm 21 since I'm 22. But I didn't even want to know what he was cold like that. Right. We just spoke up. He used to hang on who I just call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. Advancing to 330.06.
Oh my gosh, he was born in 1999. Wow.
Let me see the words. 137. 4499. Here. Okay. So, and then 4419.
Shout out to Full Drinking Half Thinking with the 5. Says, if I get fired from my job, you better hire me as the official AV beverage bringer. I should. Thank you so much, Full Drinking Half Thinking. Sally Sun with the 10.
Going from 330.06 to 330.10. 339. 33009.
Sally says, having you and Lead explain debauchery makes it a great day. You truly showed what a great friend you are, Miss AV. Thank you, Sally. I appreciate that. April G, member for a month, says, hey, AV, stay on there next, sis. I will. Hope you're having a good one, good sis. Thank you, April.
Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 331:36.
Shout out to John Tay with the 10. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. We got your stream sponsor, Hannibal. Thank you, Hannibal. John Tay back with another 10. No comment, no question. Pure love. Thank you, John Tay. Full drinking and half thinking again. The 5.
And as we're looking on the
as we're looking at the
At
scrambling
point,
and scraping
are
manual.
you, or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
She can ask any more questions or play another video.
Starting at 331:06. 331:36.
Who that DK look like? I can't see him. This is him right there. No,
How often did Noah have his Bentley Nitro?
every day.
So he had access to it.
You asked me like who he was on. No. You said, but in your opinion, this look like Nard? Yeah.
Still,
Sick.
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That look like Nard.
You sure?
Shit, they gotta be
Fine.
This, I don't want to no, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like NAR. Like, we still working this case. DK don't know sign on the white car.
sign with my name.
Name, date, and putting who you taking that picture is on.
Is NAR skinny?
Yeah.
So they just got sticks on that. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not Thug putting that on 85.
I told Thug they start messing with all everybody. Thug ain't never really like buying guns for no crime.
You didn't go.
Did y'all hear that? Little D says, one of the detectives is just like, oh, so do they have sticks on deck? Which means, like, do these people just have guns lying around? Like, do they have a lot of them? Little D says, yeah, but, and then, Thug's name came up and they're like, Little D says, yeah, but Thug's not, he's not really like involved with this stuff like that. That might be good for Steele on cross, but let's keep going.
Stopping at 33312, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Is she wearing that lapel mic? Sounds like the wind.
Starting back up at 333:21.
I'm asking. I mean, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had no thing pre-trial. I ain't gave you no violations and none of that.
The pre-trial officer, he was mad. I was getting locked up. Officer Rent.
Yeah.
Everybody doing good like you.
Okay, he know, like, he don't even own me no trouble.
But why you be around folks that be in trouble?
Dude.
If your brother Tay trying to tell you to stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks?
They did hang around stores and a lot of girls.
But you knew Thug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that.
I don't Thug my whole life.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that.
I know what, like, that's just how it was going. We mess with it, it's like, Thug cut you off. One day, and then back cool to the next day.
So why people choose to come back around him? Like, if he got money, he can take it with?
Be taking care of folks and stuff.
When's the last time you seen him?
I ain't seen him, man.
I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club and I'm with him?
I ain't been no fuck. I ain't seen him, man. Like, when I came back on tour, I went in the hospital. You know, I've been in hospital. Like, right. In the hospital, I ain't really seen him.
Right. What's something to think about all this?
She told me to come talk to y'all. She said, if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all.
Absolutely.
She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 335:05 and starting at 3:35:06. 3511.
3 years. Damn. Y'all got no kids together?
You want to break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about what?
We still got the book. Let go.
Want to eat some chips or anything?
Yeah, I'm over here.
What kind of chips you want?
I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that.
Yeah.
I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. We'll be alright. I'm gonna eat a lot.
Can you use some crackers?
Oh, yeah, it's chill.
Okay, Doritos.
That's real.
Let's talk about the book. Now,
I'll be back. Y'all gonna give y'all pills, man.
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job. Like, you don't even know.
I can express to you. I'm saying, no, I don't want to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit.
I promise God, I ain't gonna, this right here cost me so much, they find out, I ain't gonna be able to, I ain't gonna Cleveland now.
I'm
You ain't gonna be able to.
Listen, you don't want to hang on
I don't want
Cleveland.
him to click now, man, something move.
You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation,
Man, some of them call county tired. I'm not going out.
What I say, if I say to you, I said, these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life. And that's just being real because
Hey, can y'all get my new body with the court then?
we
I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like,
But that's
I'm
what,
thinking y'all just tell them lease my house or something.
all we can do is ask.
what we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigative authority, he's stand-up kind of, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopped on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you, like, it's shit to you.
I want to say, like, even if y'all don't, if y'all just release me out of my house already, so y'all move forward with the case, then
I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weights off your shoulders now.
I just want to get out of here.
I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold all that in.
I don't have a problem with my health. I want to spend
Because
time
you're
with my
stressing
family.
too.
I want to spend time with my family.
I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way.
I promise God.
Everybody say I promise God, you catch the case.
Pausing at 3:38:41.
that's a good question, Tina. I'll be honest, you're putting me to sleep. Queen, I think he was already in custody.
And advancing to 3:39:05.
The Wayne concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, he pulled came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we did, like, we were, who I was with. I was Shrub, and Chill, when we two in the car.
What kind of car you was in?
For me, I was in, Benz.
What color?
White.
Okay.
Where
Where we
we
all at
before?
before? Where were y'all at before y'all went to Compton?
McCord.
So y'all live before first.
Those folks want to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that.
Right.
She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
Her truck.
What kind of truck?
Explorer.
2-door?
Yeah.
Who was with her?
DK they had pulled out the car. DK they had pulled out the car.
So who was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book.
Book?
Yeah.
You know the rapper Book?
No. This little nigga be with DK though.
Okay.
And they little partner named Kel.
Was in little sister truck.
And Shannon.
And Shannon.
Shannon was in that car.
Huh?
He wasn't in that car.
He got in that car. I told him he put it out the car.
So when they went to hit the bus,
Yeah.
he got in that car, and then they put the little sister out. Where she stayed?
I don't know what she said. I ain't know.
Which sister is this?
Max.
Dallas White. Yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you had quiet.
That's why I'm going. That's why I'm like, nah, he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You probably snatched. I met him too.
Yeah.
DK gun.
Were you out there for that?
Nah.
For the actual bus shooting? They don't even know that.
So,
They don't know the truth.
let's break it. Let's start up. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. Did y'all go back to the studio at any time?
Nah, we went to still late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound,
I went to Magic City and before.
and then y'all
How
went
did
straight
you
to
get in
compound, so
there,
y'all met them over there.
Who met
Was y'all with everybody else at the
Met him at Magic?
and then y'all,
Yeah.
but at some point, all of y'all was together before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Max, all this DK, everybody was still Pee-wee on. We met Pee-wee on at Magic on 72.
Okay, and then y'all left Magic to
Left
compound.
compound.
Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10.
And you in what? You said White Mercedes?
Yeah.
Who was driving that?
Chill Will.
Dark skinned guy,
Nah. Light skin. Dread.
light skinned dread.
Yeah.
Where was Pee-wee?
He ain't hit Maryland.
Who was with him?
I don't know who's in the car. No.
So y'all leave from Magic, go to compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah. I ain't never one shot, so a lot of niggas go inside.
Right.
And then
What was the reason they were trying to get in there?
just going good, I get it and YSL shirts on stuff.
No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne?
Doug.
Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in us and just get into it Wayne.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. They ain't y'all, you ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I
Right.
don't know if start shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them people grabbed from the boys, I turned up from the back and he grabbed.
I did, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grabbed.
And he was, what happened then?
We stand right there where you got the gun at.
Mm-hmm. And I pulled out on y'all.
Yeah. When they was pulled down that side street right there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes,
They like,
ma'am.
they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Told everybody that they was on what you call.
Based on what?
Me and my studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the tour.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know what they man think they shoot up the tour or something.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it.
Who was the most hyped about it?
Who was more hyped?
Yeah.
Shannon.
So where did you go?
Once
Once you left compound?
I went to the house at first, and then they woke me up. Well, we woke me up. But they said, hey, studio gonna pull up down there. Yeah, we pull up down there. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen you.
So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio?
About an hour. Hey, I guess they thought Thug won't come back, but Thug went to the phone with me that night.
Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right, performing.
Yeah. Like, with my attention, I don't think Thug knew about it. Until I was
Right. Pee Wee was in the car by himself?
No, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody's in the car with him?
Was Rico with them?
Who Rico?
That means you got no hands.
Oh, Rico!
Yeah, him and Magic.
Did
So
we
he
find
know
Rico?
Yeah, sure, it Magic.
I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug.
I didn't know him. They said that's Thug artist or something.
Probably Thug artist.
You know, they say. Yeah.
So after they shot at the bus, what happened?
Huh?
After they shot at the bus, what happened?
We met up at studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan?
Yeah.
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57.
Oh, for the love of God, please don't play another one.
And advancing to $346.19.
This jury is sleep. Slump.
And as we advance, I have just a few questions.
Finally, actual questions and not video.
Sergeant Gaither, when Quindarius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you? Or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
How does Pee Wee fit in all this?
What you mean how he fit?
He cool with one.
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood.
He a crook.
Burger Street or Rolling City?
I don't know. Oh my bad.
But since Thug got that Birdman and got that check for him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper?
Pee Wee. Yeah, he rap. I don't do no shows, man, but he really hype, man, like, for Thug.
Kind of like a Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, I need you to.
Yeah.
Okay, what's going on? Break. Okay, we don't know what's going on. They're looking up for a minute. We're just gonna look at the lovely seal of the state of Georgia. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I'm running out of gas here. We did leave live last night till about 1, 2 in the morning. Did a stream this morning. Did another one, so I am debating on getting some sleep. Oh, look who it is. YSL Luna popped in. In the meantime, let's check out some super chats. We caught Hannibal. Shout out to Hannibal. Thank you so much. Says the Queen status enabled. We caught that one when it came in earlier. Shout out to John Tay. I think we left off right here. Shout out to Fool Drinking and Half Thinking with the 5. Says, if I send $100, my baby won't have formula or diapers for a month. It's a whole 5 for now. Well, thank you so much. We want the babies to be taken care of. We totally do. Thank you, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to King Jiggy. I caught this one when you dropped it. Thank you, King Jiggy. Shout out to Jonte again with the 20. Says, because I'm still inebriated. Oh my God. Jonte, you be getting it in. Like, what are you drinking? Like, is it a drink or is it a drink? What is in there? Is it green lean? Is it green lean? What's in your cup? Thank you so much, Jonte. Shout out to Talisha with the 2. Talisha says, y'all, Thug gonna be grubbing on that ice in his cup. You know, sometimes I think that they do sneak him some snacks. I've seen that from time to time. And I mean, you know, they're eating like bad jail food. So super, super interesting. Shout out to Ruth Slappy with the 5 memberships. Thank you so much. So thank you so much, Ruth. Really appreciate that. Dub Right Side Bless the Chatterhood with 10 memberships as well. Shout out to Jeff J with the 2. Says, AV, do we get a new jury when this goes on appeal? No, when it goes to the appeals court, what will happen is a panel of judges will review it. They're going to look at it for procedural errors. They're going to let each side present, and it's likely the defense is going to start with why they think that the case went bad on appeal, what the issues were, what the procedures that were violated, what those were. Did the judge do a bad ruling or something along those lines? They would have to present a motion and an argument on why the case needed to go up on appeal. Then the other side, so the prosecution's team, would be able to respond to that. Once you have both responses, the Court of Appeals may have some additional questions during those arguments, but what they're doing is checking out what each side's position is, and then they make a final decision. So thank you so much, Jeff. Excellent question. Shout out to Lisa, who became a member. Welcome, welcome, Lisa. Do you do hair, Lisa, or is that your hair? Let me know. Beautiful picture. Welcome to the community. You're going to love it here. Shout out to Full Drinking and Half Thinking with another 5. Says, my baby needs some milk. With the heartbreak emoji. Yeah, listen. Why are you giving me your baby milk money? What are you doing? Keep it. Keep it. Thank you so much, Full Drinking and Half Thinking. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 5. Says, YSL Luna, you are not forgotten. She's getting groomed tomorrow, guys. Do you want to say hi to the people? Or we're stretching. We are stretching. She's stretching on the floor. You want to come say hi? Come up. Come up. Let's bring up the pup. Yeah, guys, she needs a haircut. Look at this. She needs a haircut. Say hi to Mango Gelato. Say hi to the people. Hey, guys, I'm getting a haircut tomorrow, and I'm going to come back skinny. All right. Thank you, Luna. YSL Luna in the building. Thank you so much, Mango Gelato. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 10. Green Eyes says, making a contribution to support AV's aspirations and getting that mixed feet money. Ain't my thing, but if she wants to start slanging feet pits around, future mixed arm candy will support her dreams. You know, it's funny. When I started YouTube is crazy. There are some crazy people on this platform, especially like Instagram DMs. The weirdest people send me messages, and I'm not calling y'all weird, but like sometimes like weird people send messages. One dude, I think I had like 5,000 subs. One dude sends me a DM. And he's like, hey, I'm gonna sell some feet pics of yours. Like, can you send me some feet pics? I'll sell them. I'll give you $5 per picture. I was like, what do you want? What do you want from me? I'm just trying to commentate on legal cases. What do you want? Here we go with Green Eyes and his jokes about this feet thing. Like, why? I mean, men, let me know why y'all like feet. I need to understand. I need to understand. And there's nothing wrong with it. If you like pretty toes, you like pretty toes. I don't know what this fascination with feet is. Let me know. Thank you. Let me know. Shout out to Green Eyes with the 5 says AV about to put OnlyFans out of business and start up a business called Only Feet. We'll have all types of mixed and domestic and imported toes, right? I mean, it's a business. Like people, they do the thing with feet. It's interesting, but I'm gonna come back to the chat and go from there. Some of y'all are like, we're leg men. Y'all like legs. Yeah, I don't get the Seamus doesn't get the foot fetish thing. Neither do I. I don't know. Shout out to Troya with the 10 says, I know it's a lot of streaming this trial. We greatly appreciate you, but I just wanted to check on you. How are you doing? You're also in our prayers. We got you as well. Thank you guys. Yeah, I know it's been a rough 8 months. You know, like there have been times where Lead and I have been streaming and like I'm checking on him. I'm like, hey, you okay over there, boss? You all right? You know, or if he's tired, that's a great thing about streaming with another person is we can take breaks. Woof.
Continuing.
What was that noise? But I'm good, Troya.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got food in New Orleans?
No.
You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
He FaceTimed the Thug now. What about Birdman?
I don't think he FaceTime. I don't reckon he FaceTime. I reckon he FaceTime Thug now. It was at the gas station on Northside Drive. Thug and I'm
He talked to him afterwards, though.
No, I don't think so. If I talk to him after the shoot.
Yeah, after the shooting.
So, the question that everybody wants to know is, Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
No.
Or did he freelanced and did it?
Totally, like, Pee Wee felt like, because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon and DK on with him. He want to go here, he want to do it, he going to get some money.
After that.
He thought he was going to get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't get on that.
So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it, he had ordered.
Just to do it, you know, they just wanted the name.
Nah, that don't make sense. Like, why would he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug gonna give me some money?
Because, you know, they say Thug and Wayne were beefing, but they were beefing, but, like,
about what?
Thug really look up to Wayne. I was like, he do. I know him as a church, he look up to Wayne.
So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne?
But they say something like Wayne be acting antisocial.
Like when they had all
he don't care to kick it.
Yeah. He don't get knowledgeable and shit.
Yeah, he don't knowledge on the
Like, he ain't even on my level.
Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way.
Right.
But for like, I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the butt. I ain't hear that. On that, I heard like they will get this budget to give us some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't say nothing about it.
At what point did he get to y'all was there to start some shit or be making names with you?
Shoot. Thug's sister, she's like, we can go home and get, like, be seen.
So, if Thug's sister, so if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'll tell you, I don't know if Thug was with it.
But from what you know.
I was on the phone for a few weeks when he was FaceTime at the gas station.
So basically everybody got high and then turned, like, let's go get it.
They be high all day. You smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3:50:02 and advancing to 3:50:42.
They were just talking about something about getting high all the time. high all the time.
And that's number.
Jimmy, it would apply to some individuals, but not all. Marco, could you imagine Love's feet on the internet? Okay, let me
Back
not.
up at 350,
Let me not.
42.
Let me not. Let me not. Let me not.
Nah, he just hanging with those too.
Cause he raps it up.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that fan people on shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Doug. I told Doug, he hang with people who know him home when he broke.
That what?
That never would home when he broke, he hang.
Somebody else did. Friends, man, new friends bring the house down though. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece of it.
Stopping at 351.17. Advancing to 352.08.
What Dolly White say?
I don't know, he done been on. So who else stay with us up Sandy Spring? I don't know, I ain't never been in that house here. You ain't never been in that house?
Why you ain't never been?
I got a house here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you just left that house?
He had just moved
You
in.
ain't left that house?
When I go to see pre-trials.
No, you just left it before.
Mom?
Be honest.
Have I done my house?
Be real.
Yeah, when I go see pre-trials,
No.
I hear the excuse for
No, like on some real. Have you ever left it on some just random?
I'm gonna go to the store.
Let me go to the stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, you
I mean,
like I'm to the
but I call them, let them know.
right. You gotta step out.
You can ask them that, or my location that I bet it don't be no lot of places like with that. I don't have permission for. Yeah. So you ain't had no violations or nothing with it? No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought from him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it. His brother went, cause multiple men told him like, get that gun back. You should never did that. Right. And then I was trying to get back to him. Their brother got his brother out of town and all that. His brother was saying, call him home. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right? Yeah. Did he pay you anything to get it? No. You just did out the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in. Like, he tell me like, it's just for his house. Like, he got kids in the house. They know he's dead and all that. Mm-hmm. Okay. Then don't want somebody, he trick me, get that gun back. And then want somebody just be second gun, gonna trick you out of.
Well, where are your other guns?
My other gun? I told you, like, I had ordered somebody.
So you gave him guns instead?
No, I told him, like, put him in funds. I'm gonna pay out when I get my gun back. Who is this person? Who is this person? Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of. Who? Your brother. Who brother? Who brother? The big dude? I guess. The one that said call home? Yeah. Big fat? Yeah. I mean, I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought.
Yeah, but me and someone, we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you go?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who got that?
I'm on to him.
Say something.
How you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name.
When I bought the gun, I told him I bought the gun. They shot it from the car.
That was your first time buying a gun?
Why you always on the scene, though?
Cause I been moved to. Yeah, that ain't D in that video.
Who ain't D in that video?
I say that ain't D in that video.
That ain't D. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon's friend. That ain't D though.
Who said it was D? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, it's like the other person.
Who knows that other person?
Nah, in my paper they like, Sarah D, Sarah D, and Shannon. You need to stay away from him. Period. I know that.
You just always in the video with the gun.
It was very like quality grab gun.
You doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you.
I know.
Come on, man. You can't play like that. Son, it did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. Oh, man. Check it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Well,
all right.
These folks you really need to be. Whatever questions this man got, don't hold it. They're federal agents because of these guns. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life. But
I'm sorry, kid.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, you back on that? You ready for that?
Yeah. Just be honest. When you start doing shit with guns and all this shit, that's when I'm going to get my go fed. No, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same question we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So whatever questions this man had with you, please don't stop still. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up in.
What I told you, I'm gonna go fed.
No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what's saving you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
So, right here. Excuse me.
What is going on in there? Why are we looking at the seal?
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the.
Now's not the time for that.
Okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge.
What was that?
That's not bad.
That gun I had caught with for been misdemeanor.
No, it wasn't.
Oh, is it legal for that gun here?
It's modified.
I don't know that.
Yeah. Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is you want to stay? Stay. It don't matter. I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview
Thank the
with
Lord.
Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue at any point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents? Or
No, I had no reason.
okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as State's Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him and asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need to stop shooting. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
We've
Yes.
seen this like a
Who else
million
is he in the
times.
photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Thank you.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
Uh-oh.
I'm now going to show you what we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152,
Oh.
143, 142,
1G coach.
131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of State's 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Did you ever get the opportunity to review Quindarius Zachary's IG, Twitter, social media, or anything like that?
His Instagram page I have.
Okay, his Instagram page. All right. And I'm going to show you, because this is a little bit bigger, State's Exhibit 526 Yankee Beta, and ask you if you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta.
Yes.
And do you recognize the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Is that an accurate reflection of the persons, images of the people shown in 526 Yankee Beta and the location shown in 526 Yankee Beta?
Yes.
Your Honor, the state tenders 526 Yankee Beta as evidence.
Any objection? All right, it's admitted.
All right. Showing you 526 Yankee Charlie. Do you recognize the persons shown in?
I'm sorry, Judge, I objected to the
Oh, I'm
last
sorry. I thought you
exhibit.
said no objection. You gotta use your mic. Not admitted.
Okay.
We'll have to take that up. And yeah, I know we haven't gone over any of this yet, so it may be.
That's correct.
Maybe that we need to break and deal with.
I don't have to tender it now, no, so that we can not break.
All right, then just don't tender them yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
you can show her whatever you want.
Okay.
If you need, if you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all gotta go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up.
Don't
about
watch
this trial
AV.
or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
They're leaving. Y'all are like, it's happy hour for the jury. And then hopefully, like, they go back to regular camera view if Detective Gaither steps off of the stand. But the jury is adjourned for the day. Let's see if I can skip ahead.
Camera on?
There we go.
You want the camera on?
Who's?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore.
Oh my God.
Because
Oh my
There is
God.
an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness. And some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet
Oh
of this witness
no.
today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of
Oh
the witness.
no.
And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it and
The names
send
must
it
be
to somebody
named.
else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox Protect the Flag America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I don't take stills.
Your Honor, I just want to say I'm not allowed to have cameras and
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up
Oh my
individually to a
God.
microphone somewhere
We might
so
not
that
be
I
able
can
to
hear
watch
you
the
identify
trial.
yourself and say what you need to say.
You'll ruin it for everybody. It's bad. This is bad, y'all. The
Does that
names
mic
must
work?
be named.
Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures
What?
today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name. I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I think that's what you gave that lady talked about. The rule.
Wow.
And she was
She
Miss
wasn't-
Sylvia.
Oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I only
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming. That's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay. I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant. That's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Or I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness.
No.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that you said.
She signed in right
She
here.
signed in right here too.
So it was a woman.
All right. And ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but
No, she's not even allowed to have her.
okay. No. All right. Sorry to have, okay. All right. Thank you. I will do a show cause order to Miss Hall and we'll find out from her.
God dang. Why do people do
Okay.
this?
That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right, so if, Ms. Love, you're gonna wanna deal with the rest of, hang on. And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but.
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because there was she had knowledge and could testify about people
Oh, God.
that were pertinent to what she and Mr. Zachary discussed in the interview. In other words, for instance, during the interview, you hear them talking about the dugout. There are pictures in the exhibits that I showed her of Mr. Zachary and Quentin Porter at the dugout. You hear Mr. Zachary talking about a person named Gucci Red. There, 526 Yankee Charlie is a picture of Mr. Zachary and Gucci Red.
Okay.
You hear.
So I guess what I need to know is, do you want/need to have these admitted with this witness?
Yes, the ones that I selected, not the whole 526 Yankee.
Okay. So I guess that means we're going to need to sort out the admissibility of them now, which is what we're going to have to do. So can you tell me in number, not reverse number order, what they are?
Yes.
Or just hand them to me and I'll write them down?
Yeah. Yes,
That might
either
be
way.
faster.
Sure. And we can also email the PowerPoint to the court.
Oh, I think y'all already, I didn't, PowerPoint, just the exhibit list. Yeah, you already did. I just need to know which ones we need to litigate right now. So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just go, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed.
Understand.
And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Persifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
I found the picture, y'all. It's on Twitter. It really is. It's exactly what Love is wearing, and it is from up top. So I wonder if, like, how the person, I don't know what the courtroom looks like, if there's a higher angle up top. But yeah, you guys are the ones that told me during this stream that you saw it. So that's interesting.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think it just
So
arrived, so
portion.
that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay. So,
and if A is whatever the last one is to the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, then what is that?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither, so.
Detective Gaither.
If you guys are interested in looking for it, if you go to Twitter and in the search bar, you type in Detective Gaither, look at the screen. That's the spelling of her last name. If you type that in the search bar, it should be the first hit that comes up.
Stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
we have no problem with not tendering that one through
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose. Oh,
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately
relevance,
be
I
a
don't-
relevance objection. Okay.
relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So, relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
So, as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Mook Toot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I
Oh,
thought,
it wasn't. None of it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as
that's right.
The
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit. So we're litigating their admissibility.
right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do. I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is going to interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's
It's
what I mean.
a picture showing that the two of these people were related, and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called? Dugout.
Oh, all right, I'm
So-
going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, "Oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo." He's testified to all.
Okay, I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor,
Yes,
just for
sir.
the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526 YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Will Your Honor
And
allow
you
me
can
to keep
just,
my seat?
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same.
May I stay seated?
I
while-
suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right,
So
C,
526.
hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say yes, she's seen them. The female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever. I don't know what.
Not hang out. Well, okay. I mean that they
Associate with one
yes,
another.
Yes.
Okay. And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
Can you? So it was. I don't. Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So we're not, I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
Not only are we looking for Rico, now we need to find out who
The
Gucci
rule
Red
is that
is.
it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang. And I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532, it's in Division 2. It's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor. And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeal says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member. You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice, so I'm going to tell you I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll take it out. Okay, any objection to D?
The printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count 1. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
no, it's just difficult because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show
Right.
an association between someone and someone else,
Right.
and the rest were cumulative.
Right.
And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to
Right.
the extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's, calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D.
E's in front of C's. King
We
Schmack.
can,
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
and Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G
Golf.
is either.
Golf. That's what they
Golf,
tell me.
Yes.
Okay.
Anyway, let's move on to F.
Okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn, okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right, I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington. So if they
Seriously.
haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the
Oh, here we go.
proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H.
Now G is in?
Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor,
Okay.
and happy birthday, Diamante.
Yay! Happy birthday!
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his assation with a
Yeah, happy
person
birthday,
who is
guys.
on trial. It shows him
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry. That appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is Booling with my N on his B day at Monty Rebel, 100 and then there's a green snake emoji, and this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay, and do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I don't recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
What's going on back there?
And just for the record, this is.
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
Okay.
I can't hear you.
No objection to Jay on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell,
All
but I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
I don't
basis.
know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance.
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall, and what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B, and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even
The
if
gentleman named Fat.
some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
All right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associated.
Who's the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting. told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I can not have that one
I did
in.
misunderstand that one,
think that-
so, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee
L.
Actually, so
Oh, so that's a duplicate.
it's
So
a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo. So we'll,
Okay, withdrawn.
yes.
M as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person. Yeah. We can take this
Withdrawn.
one out. Yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to N November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of 2 YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth," with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right. Overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing. That there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams and Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right. And I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be
Correct.
saying, just very close in time. They are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
is there any objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes. We'll withdraw it because it's the date.
Take it
Wait,
out.
let's see. All right. 480 Yankee
End
is
it,
in.
Judge. End it.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's
Okay.
in.
Okay, Judge Whitaker's talking to her assistant, Ms. Persifield. They're looking at, there's wrist movement. Maybe they're looking at the time to see if it's time to
Is
shut
the
down for the day.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just at about 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. See if we got any TiVo time.
What? About 480 Yankee was not
Okay.
admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative. So apparently that whatever other one was not admitted. So I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, if, since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
We can share. You sent it already. Did you send it to him?
We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of me.
All right, picture of Woody, Doug.
They wanted because it's
What say you, Steele? Coming in? You objecting to it?
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526 YP
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in an elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
On a different day, Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Lil Wayne bus shooting and had guns And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying, I hate him or I'm trying to get
Y'all
him.
want to hear something funny? Duggar Daily just posted, and apparently he did a little bit of digging. You know who linked that picture? The picture of Gaither? It came from the state. You cannot make it up. It was when she was trying to switch between screens. It was actually the state's fault. That's funny.
Him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q.
Judge, this one is-
Hang on, can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances,
No, not. Yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done.
Yay.
Any objection to R?
Didn't I show him this picture?
I object. Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right,
Mr.
I'm gonna permit that one over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're going to pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that is, and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands. I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, I
got
appreciate
back
you
in
coming
here.
straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway.
Okay.
And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown that's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen
Now she's
grab
looking
it.
at us.
And it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world,
Right.
considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good and allowed to
Okay.
come in.
Also, I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed. If
and-
I had not heard it ahead of time,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get
definitely
you
wanted
added.
to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back to, so R is in, R, S, Sierra.
So there's about 3 other pieces of photos that they want to look at, but beforehand, just so you guys know what happened, there was a photo leak of Detective Gaither earlier. Maurice, I believe, works for Law and Crime, so it isn't necessarily his fault, but somebody took a screen grab. Miss Hall, the woman in black, I believe has a Rule 22 certification. At first, people thought it was her. And actually, there was another woman with the pink hair who said that it was Miss Hall, the woman in the black. And she was like, nope, it definitely wasn't me. From where I was sitting, it's impossible for me to have taken it from that angle. It appears that when Miss Love was screen sharing, they have a camera that is up very high. And when she switched over on the Zoom, Detective Gaither became visible on that screen. Maurice, the person from Law and Crime, I believe, was filming that moment. And it was a very brief moment because you guys saw it. So I remember that. but that's really what happened. Let's go back in. They're almost done. About 3-4 pictures.
Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraw. It's in on a
Withdrawn,
different
okay.
account.
Tango, I know that one.
Yes.
Any objection to T? Thank you. Anybody?
I'll object, Your Honor.
All right, basis.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
ES.
X, okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
a
go
case.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just have this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have
You're right.
one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay.
already.
All right. Overruled. V.
That was inadvertently added.
To the V.
V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given count one and the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang.
Mm-hmm.
And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that he everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
Anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever.
Comments. Whitaker's done. She's tired too. We all tired.
I mean, you can leave the at Shannon, but he's a gangster. He's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmise would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the at part, but
yes. Does Your Honor not consider it
Oh God.
an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL, even if it's not taken as true? He's
It's coming
asserting
in. It's coming in.
I
something.
understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X.
Two more left.
Any objection?
I'll object. To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is. I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses. So I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right. So I think that's a relevance and cumulative
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
and prejudicial.
So this is taken, posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK
It's a
and
green
free
rubber
slug.
ducky.
DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavia Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, well, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free This, Free That, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right. Overruled. Why?
Last one. Yay.
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
it's character.
It's character. And it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to character as well.
It's bad character evidence. It's prejudicial. And it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about
Exclude it, please.
His words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yeah.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter, Moulton was a shooter, and prior to, and Copeland took his place, Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like, without without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me, and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and
Yes.
if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as
All right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
She just said she didn't know if it was
Isn't that
Mr.
what you
Sledge.
said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had
That it
been
was.
told. I think
Oh my God.
someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face
Oh my
that's shown
God.
is the one that we're talking
What a
about
miss.
next to the television.
Okay.
Let me
And
clear
it
this
is,
up,
and
since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the
Right.
camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect.
Yeah. Take it out.
It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Oh, Mr.
But
White.
on the off chance
Uh-huh.
that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of
Mhm.
on top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto, as far as I can tell. I know.
Gives y'all a really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand
Not
Theft
sure
Auto.
it's
Of
more
course, they're
prejudicial
surrounded.
than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your
I
Honor.
said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life
YSL.
killers versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the decision,
see what
whether
they can do to convince the jury. But I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
This is the last one, guys.
I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's grand theft auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Just let it go.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is going to be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
And tomorrow, if you hear
Thank you, Your Honor.
Gaither say that Mr. Kendrick was back to us, then would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante Kendrick.
All right, thank you.
That's it.
Okay.
Your Honor?
Yes.
In case it does go, Agent Bernie is late, he's going, can we have, is there going to be another gap witness? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he going to take?
Oh my God, is he coming back?
Can we, I mean,
In order for, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time, because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
We've had the poor,
of the
what's
court.
her name, CAD report person here like 4 times since I've been the
Yes,
judge. So,
stop.
I mean, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. But I mean, it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Okay.
She's trying not
Although,
to be
come
rude.
on, y'all. I mean, as slow as everybody is with everything in this case.
Oh,
I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap. But anyway, yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Thank you.
All right. So I have looked at a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23, okay. And what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts,
love his fist.
the notes that any of the experts would have relied on, and there's no indication that that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Munchunk were from Capitol Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
Oh, you're going to ask her at
think
the end of the
that,
day?
I dealt with what I was
Okay, so we don't
getting
need to circle back on it.
Right,
Okay.
no.
Great. All right, if there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and see each other at 8:45.
She's tired. All right, that concludes your afternoon session of the trial today. Today is day 139. Detective Gaither's face got leaked all over the internet, but she was on the first 48 anyway, so it's not like people didn't know what she looked like. Huge shout out to Chi-Town, who's gifted 10 memberships. I'll be honest, guys, I am exhausted. Just ordered some food, so I'm going to breeze through these super chats as fast as possible. And shout out to Alessandra, who hit me with a $2 Venmo. She says, AV, I was trying to respond, but I'm on my phone. Where's your friend from? I'm in Connecticut, and I know you're a New England girl, too. Thank you for holding it down for TLA. You're amazing, girl. Thank you so much, Alessandra. My friend is from Boston. So I think she's from the South Shore. She's from the South Shore somewhere. So I think that's where she's from. Shout out to Jeremy with the 20. He says, objection, relevance. Thank you so much, Jeremy. Shout out to Haley with the $25. Haley Mama says, pure love of the game. Healthy Mama. Thank you so much, Healthy Mama. Very, very sweet of you. Shout out to one of your stream sponsors, Michael Love with the $100. He says, for dinner, salmon, jasmine rice, broccoli, white wine. Michael, it just got delivered at my front door, so I'm about to go pick it up. And that's exactly what I ordered. Thank you so much, Michael. Really appreciate you. Shout out to, well, that's all I have for the Cash App crew. Let's come to our super chats real quick. Read them real quick. I think we left off somewhere around here. Shout out to Talisha with the 2. Says, y'all thug be grubbing on that ice in his cup. Yes, we got Ruth. We got Doug Rightside. Shout out to Jeff. Got your question, Jeff. Shout out to Lisa, who became a member. Full drinking, half thinking. He's talking about the baby milk. Shout out to Mango Gelato with the 5. Yes, YSL Luna is not forgotten, and she's going to get a nice haircut tomorrow. We got Green Eyes with some of the jokes over here with the feet jokes. We got all of those. Troy, I believe I got yours too. Shout out to Brian. This is where I left off. He says, if Thug asked why did they kill Nut, then why is he on trial? It's so interesting. I mean, we're trying to say that he orchestrated all of this stuff. He orchestrated Nut's murder because Rich Homie Quan was about to leave. Just the setup that they had under Birdman. I did a full video on that. I'm debating whether to drop it tonight or drop it tomorrow. But I have explained that entire thing in that video. So Brian, make sure you check it out. Shout out to Green Eyes again. Says AV about to set up a foot website for dogs called Paw Print. Teddy Bear is going to be getting their work across America. Won't be safe until an animal in sight. Hide your kids. Hide your teddy bear. This one is a joker. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Shout out to Debbie. Debbie hits me with a 5, says, AV, you've been doing great holding it down while Lee figures some things out. Kudos to you. Yes, that is my buddy. Over these past few months, I just feel like our friendship has really, really deepened because of what he's been going through. And, I couldn't ask for a better friend or mentor in TLA, and I try to do the same for him. So thank you so much, Deborah. Shout out to Brian again with the 5, says, this has nothing to do with Thug. It never does. It never does. Full drinking, half thinking with another 5 says, I'm jealous of Whitaker's pen. Wish a woman would hold me with such passion. I'm so done. Y'all are funny. Shout out to Seamus with the 2 says, can Fanny replace Love as first chair? I think she's too busy. I don't think that she prosecutes cases herself. But thank you so much, Seamus. I think she kind of oversees how the DA's office is run. But thank you, Seamus. Shout out to Star Wars Iron Giant with the 2 says, listen, Adrian, listen. Does she ever listen? The answer is no. Shout out to Mixed Chick Sammy with the 5 says, grip the pen and throw it again. Say it again, Sammy. Thank you, Sam. Shout out to JB with the 2 says, why does she argue every objection? I don't know why she makes things so difficult. I don't get it. Happens all the time. Shout out to Jeff with the 2 says, Love can't ever accept a ruling from the court, and it's so frustrating to watch, but entertaining at the same time. Thank you, Jeff. Shout out to Full Drinking Half Thinking with another 5 says, Love not ugly, but that attitude is hot basura. Mr. Love got to be deaf, or maybe he lives in Florida. Yeah, he probably wants to get away a lot. We caught Vintage CB. It's good to see you, one of my clients over there. Shout out to Talisha, who gifted a membership. Talisha, thank you. Very sweet of you. Thank you for expanding our community. Shout out to Audrey with the 20. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Appreciate you, Audrey. Shout out to Brian with another 10. Says YSL, y'all saying lots of information. Oh, yeah. Little D's footage today was a lot to get through, too. So thank you so much, Brian. Shout out to Kelly Kale with the 2, our favorite 2L. She says, I just want the judge to yell again at Love. I know. That would have been fun. It would have been really cool to watch. Thank you so much, Kelly Kell. Shout out to Life Unscripted with the 5. Says Gaither had an attitude last time. She worried that her relationship with Garlington's aunt will come out this time on the stand. Oh, I didn't think of that. Thank you so much. Life Unscripted. Interesting theory. Shout out to Full Drink and Half Thinking again with the 10. Says F them damn babies. I'm so... Oh my God, y'all with the babies. Brian with another 10 says these interrogations talk about everything but Doug's involvement about the murder. The only thing they keep asking is, did he order it? But everybody says no. They do. And Brian, that's actually a good point because it keeps coming up. It does. Thank you, Brian. Shout out to Jeff with the 2. Says 15 minutes and the defense will undo the last 6 hours. You bet they would. Thank you, Jeff. Shout out to Deshonda with the 5. Says, AV, did you know the DA subpoenaed Miss Sylvia's Google record? She talked about it on her live. I heard about that. I saw some posts on it on Twitter, but I have not had a chance to look at it myself. You know, Google is actually tied to YouTube, so I wonder what's going on with that one. But thank you so much, Deshonda. Brian's back with another 5. Says, FYI, Detective Gaither has been on the first 48, so don't see why this is an issue. Totally agree. Jeff with the 2 said, Gaither shouldn't be shielded. Selective privilege. Interesting, right? Shout out to Gavin with the 2. Says, state making people take pics so we can't watch. Yeah, I was worried there for a second, as I want to make sure we could watch his trial. Shout out to Aaron with the 10. Says that picture of Gaither is from the Law and Crime stream. You were absolutely right, Aaron. That was correct. When they were showing the video of Little D, they switched back for the zoom and the cameras before LNC moved away, so Gaither was shown. You were absolutely spot on with that, Aaron. Thank you. Shout out to Shanta with the 5. Says Gaither's pics are all over the internet to be Googled. What's the big deal here? Serious question, AV. Yeah, I mean, for me on YouTube, like I don't like playing with their stuff anymore because I don't want, you know, the judge to take away privileges from some of the people streaming, you know, because then we can't watch it. And that would not be good. So thank you so much, Shanta. Shout out to Cindy, who became a member. Cindy, welcome to our community. You're going to love us over here. Shout out to Charmel, same thing. Welcome, Charmel. You're going to love it over here. Michelle with the 5 says, hello, AV. I've been busy the last 2 days, but catching up at night. Miss y'all. When's your birthday? My birthday's on Saturday, guys. Maybe we'll do a birthday stream. Says, happy birthday to the best, AV7. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Shout out to a girl from Texas who gifted a membership. I saw your comment earlier. It was very sweet. Thank you so much, sis. Shout out to Rich. Rich New with the 20 pounds. Rich says, hey, AV, love your content and coverage. I'm disappointed with YouTube in this membership issue. It is stopping subscribers from providing monetary support and assisting the community. Yes. So actually, I'm going to put that on my list for later or tomorrow morning to follow up with YouTube. I'll send them a tech help request thing and just say, hey, it's been like a month. What's going on, YouTube? So I'll keep you posted, Rich. Thank you so much. Rich also became a member himself. Look at Chill Panda with the 5. Says he's letting everything in to keep up from yesterday. For yesterday. Yes, to make up for yesterday. Yes, absolutely. We caught Chi-Town. And then lastly, we're coming to Green Eyes with the 5. Says donating to Full Drinking and Half Thinking's babies because sexual chocolate love the kids. On that note, AV Chatterhood, I will see you guys tomorrow. I'll let you know if you're a member, if we're going on lead side first. Usually I'll let you know over there. He is back up and running. So usually I check in with him on the mornings if we're going to start on my side or his side, depending on the schedule. So I will let y'all know in the morning, but please make sure that you're subscribed. Notification bell is on so that way you don't miss anything. We do have the Rich Homie Quan video. I just need to figure out when to drop it. Drop it like it's hot. Anyway, y'all have a good night. I'm going to get out of here. Stay safe out there. See you in the next one. Bye.